Good day, you good dunce. How are everybody today doing? Words. Curious first, Sammy second. How you doing, Munglo and Sammy and Curious and everyone else? I are to doing Godot. That's Godot to hear. Curious with the 20 months. Hey, Curious, what would you like the new badge to be? Because I need an 18-month, a 2-year, a 3-year, 4-year sub badge. What do you think they should be? And honestly, I'm thinking about changing up my sub badges completely. So, like, instead of having them as, like, the face with the beard and hair and stuff, because there's not that much room there. I was thinking about just having it, like, a beard and mustache that just, like, gets bigger over time. Yeah. And then eventually it's just the mustache. It's difficult. I don't know. We need to figure it out. Figure it all out. Also, when it comes to the World Cup, I think my mustache was picking up a future World Cup. Yeah. Very annoying. I was watching the penalty kicks just then, and every single time Egypt went up, I was like, yeah, he's going to kick it. Yeah. He's going to kick it left. He's going to kick it right. He's going to keep it center. He's going to kick it left. Every single time. That's exactly what they did. And I was like, I don't really watch this stuff, and I can tell where they're going to kick. Why is the goalie not able to? Oh well. We need to fix our Godot build. We need to get this set up. Are you allowed to fake the kick to trip up the goalie and then kick after they dove for it? No. Not allowed to. That's lame. Well, not really, because it's supposed to be you go, kick, and the goalie reacts and catches it. Not you go, pretend to kick, have the goalie dive in a specific direction, and then kick to where the goalie isn't. Because if you allow that, Sammy, everyone wins their penalty kick. Everyone scores their penalty kick. But it's funny, but the game goes on forever. Why'd they let a teenager take the penalty? Should have let the experienced lads take it. I mean, even the experienced ones screwed up. Like Suter, the first penalty, kicks it way over the goal. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah. And I will say, for the last 40 minutes of that game, shouldn't have subbed off Beach. Yeah, they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have. Beach was rocking at that game. He was destroying it. Thought this stream was cancelled. That's tonight's stream. The World Cup just happened for Australia. So I can stream this morning, and then tonight, because I've already been up for like 3.5 hours, I'm not streaming tonight. I get to bed at like 8 p.m. tonight. Get plenty of sleep for tomorrow's 24-hour. Yeah. Yeah, it's morning for me. So what I'm looking for... What I'm looking for is public variables and how they are accessible. So you got this here, reference the animation library. That's returned here. None of those are variables though. Yeah. So these publics, you've got the library, you've got the structures, you got the animation set in the animation libraries. Audio max polyphony. Oops. Pressing all the wrong buttons. We're not fixing Godot, we're fixing my custom build. So it's my custom build that we're fixing. I need to try and track down how I can make a property on my C++ node be available if we have a look at animation player, these are all private. These are all functions. So it's basically how we doing, Jordster? Back trying to fix virtual machine networking pain. Ouch. That sounds like it sucks. Because we've got the animation tree there, so you've got tree root, advanced expression based node, animation player, that's a node path. And you got like these ones here, the root node, which is a node path. This one, which is a node path, audio. So there's the audio max polyphony. And I would imagine if I go audio max polyphony. Now that's an int. So how is that made available? General settings, audio max polyphony. So we've got a getter and a setter. We've got this method set. So we've got the binding methods. And then down here, we've got add property, audio max polyphony, and that's under the group audio, which is that one there. Mode. Because I need this ref here. And set current state. So if we do that, we got current state being bound up here still. If I take that, we do set current state, and we go B current state. We do that. Base state, current state. Oh, actually. I'm going to have that as P state as well. I'll make it easier. What do you mean out of line definition? Because it wants that to be a ref. Okay. And if we change that to be a ref-based state, I have the rest of the month to make a voxel game for a game jam, and I'm opting to use Bevy. Wish me luck. Good luck, you're gonna need it. How you doing, Cake? How's is it over there on the tubes? Wonder. Because if I did that, that's when it starts erroring up there. Okay, so if I leave it as that... I wonder. I wonder if that's going to fix it. Because I think the reason why things were failing was because I was trying to... Oh, what the fuck happened there? I think I know what's happening there. I think I know what's happening. Hoping. Shit. And there's less. Ref pointer. Ah, yes. Of course. Of course, that's what I forgot to update. So in here, I need this to be a reference. How can I get that to be a ref? Is that it? Maybe. Let's hope. Shit. In instantiation... What if I do that? No. So I need this. This base state needs to become a reference. And I can't just do that because that's going to break. And I can't just do that because that's not going to work. I can't do that because that's not correct. Can't do that because that's not correct. So if I want a reference, if I want to get a pointer to become a reference, to become a ref, not just a reference, but a ref. Because that's a structure. What if... What if I go 4? What if we did it that way? Non-constant L value. No valve conversion from variant to base. Yeah. So we can't do that either. Fix me. I like that. Fix me. Not sure what math should be done here. Just so you know, that's not mine. That's not mine. That's just in the engine. Yeah, that's... I love it. I love it. So reassuring when engine devs say that. So how can I how can I get a node? Because that's not going to work. Did that just fix it? Shit. Shit. Fast base state has no member name referenced. Huh? Has no member named reference. State machine 1418 required from here. Okay, so I think... this is the problem here. I think that's the problem. Trying to pass it in. Um, got the hash map. Because I can't leave this as a pointer either, I don't think. That's still not gonna work. That still isn't gonna work. Sammy, thanks for making me white. And bugs. It's this one here. Last base state has no member referenced. Because those aren't references. That's why. So, how do we deal with this? How do we have a reference to the current state actually function? So I don't want that to just be a ref. So I can't do that. So it can happen. You can have a ref passed in. So we can do that. Ryan didn't even touch the ball once. Yeah. Yeah. They should have left Beach in. G'day, Cam. How you doing? Does base state inherit from the reference class? It inherits node. It's a node that's being referenced. Similar to... Where are we? Where are we? Where is this? Oh, where is it? Not that. Because, like, these are all string name references and variant references. Where was it? There it is. Const ref animation. Got the animation data animation. Hydrate, I can do that. On the bus home, just seen there is youths causing fights at the bus station again. So I'm getting ready. Here comes another week off work. I'm telling you, just get a firearm license and a license to carry. And if they try to do anything, just make the world a better place. It is self-defense at that point. This here is a ref animation. Reference is a pointer to null pointer. So reference is the pointer. Should be ref counted class, and it seems node is not inheriting from it. I know that. But I don't want this to inherit from that. Wrapping it in a ref should not require it to inherit from reference. Where was it? Right here. So if we have animation, see how animation is resource and resource is ref counted. So how do I make it so that this base state like, should I just do that? Is that what I should do? Base state takes a reference. Is private member of base state. What are you talking about? Because we can't convert from node to base state. All I want is to have a fucking reference to the current state. And that's it. I don't want to have to deal with... Because that doesn't work. This throws an error. It crashes anytime you try to access current state. And it's GD script that crashes. Like, GD script throws the exception. So that tells me that GD script can't access a standard pointer. So I need it to be a reference somehow. What I could do... What I could do... I'm going to change this to not be a node, but a resource. There's no reason for this to be a node. I don't think there's any reason for this to be a node. And then if we set this up, to go for a ref of base state in child nodes. Now, I don't know if those are gonna work. I don't know if those are gonna work. Then in here, we can go... Get rid of that. I don't need to do anything in terms of resource. Do I? Do I? No, I do leave it there. Okay, cool. So I can leave it there. That's fine. Okay. Let's see what happens. If I do have it as a resource, we'll see what happens. You can update the bubble game until the very release, or Steam needs like a few days of stable game. As long as the build has been approved by Steam, I can update it whenever I want. So, yeah. Which reminds me, I'm actually going to check. I'm pretty sure I've already had the build approved, but I'm just going to double check and make sure. Why is it saying that it doesn't include an XE? Launch option 0, launch option 1. In order to release your game, I've uploaded the build. I've uploaded a playable build, but it's not letting me, like, it says public default branch includes Bobble Shop Simulator XE, but yeah. Public branch must include all files referenced as launch options. These options are case insensitive. Yeah. Builds. Both of them include, like, the default branch includes both the XE and the Linux binary. Um, I've got cloud saves done already. Why? Why is Steam saying that I can't send it through for approval? I've got an exe specified. Launch default. Like it references a depot which has the exe in it. Why can't I send it through for them to review? That doesn't make any sense. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. It's like the actual binary, the executable, the build. Yeah. It's like I have a look here, and it says the depots contain, like the depots contain the app that is distributed to customers on Steam, and it says public default branch includes Bubbleshop Simulator.exe. Yes, it does include that. The fuck is your problem? Like, why won't? Like the very first launch option is Bubbleshop Simulator.exe, and in all of the depots, I've got one specifically for Windows. Like, fuck's sake. Sometimes I think that publishing a game anywhere is just too much effort. Your public branch must include all files referenced as launch options. These options are case sensitive. I know, and they do all include it. If I open up my Steam, I can install either the Windows or the Linux version of my game. And it works. So I think Steam needs to actually tell me what the fuck they want, instead of just being like, hey, this needs to be included. It is included. So, what do you want me to do? Why? So now, I now just need to figure out what the fuck it wants. Steamworks. Get that published. What's it complaining about? Needs to give me more information than just, oh, it needs this. It's like, yeah, it has that. Like, you need to give me something more here. That's gonna break it. If I publish that, that's gonna break it. So why? Why is Steamworks complaining when I have it installed, and if I launch it, it works? Default public version. Missing game executable. What do you mean? Does it need to be that? I didn't have to do that for the demo, so why do I have to do that for the... Why do I have to do that for the release? That doesn't make sense. Why? I've updated that. Launch options, Windows. So we can see how it's there. If you need to specify a default directory other than the game install directory, where your game will look for files and where Steam will look for the exe, this overrides the game install directory as the root for searching. If in doubt, leave empty. Well, I've left it empty for Linux side of things, and it works for the Linux side of things. Why doesn't it work? It's right there. I wonder if that's a problem. I wonder if that's an issue. The fact that it's an x64 for the with Godot. Do I have... There's a whole fucking side tangent. Godot Steam, Win64. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Bubbleshop Simulator.exe, Windows. So why isn't this looking for the Windows launch option? If I change that. Notice how it doesn't have the launch option there. Let's get rid of that. Let's not force that. So you see the Linux one just gets put directly in here. And also in there. Why doesn't that happen for the Windows one? What's happening with that? This doesn't make any sense. The Linux one is twice the size, apparently. Folder Windows. Open this one. Why does it have the Linux folder there? Depot build. So those are exact. If we have a look here, they're set up the exact same way. So notice how we've got a Linux release. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. Let's move. Let's go into Windows release. Let's move everything from there to there. And then rm-r Linux. Okay. All right, so I think it's an issue with this script here. So from either demo or release platform to SDK tools, content builder, content, platform, build type, so Windows release, Linux release. Then we do the same thing. So we're removing the toolbar. Otherwise, we're making it. Wait. If the directory exists, we remove it. Why was I doing that? Oh no, I'm removing everything under it because it ends with /. Yeah. So I'm deleting all of the old stuff, and then if it doesn't exist, we create it. And then we're copying from to. Build type platform. T. T release. So we're copying from release Linux to that. If we go I never said publish. Documents, exports, publish or sim. I say there's Windows in there too. So we don't want the Windows and the Linux directories in there. God damn, this is a total sidetrack from what I wanted to do this morning. Total sidetrack. Oh, ads came and went. My bad. My bad. What up, Jersey? Or what up, Immutable? Sorry, I'm trying to fix an issue with my deployment script here. For some reason, copy recursively from path. I wonder if it's that -R. I wonder if that's what we want. Publish gets set to true only if I define P. If publish is false, not publishing. Defaults it. SDK ports, content builder, content. Windows release. No, it still has that directory. ls-l tools, content builder, content, Windows release. Okay. Now, the other thing, why is it publishing? It should only be set to true if we define P. Publishing is false, so why does it go into the Steam client? Anyway. Content builder, content, Windows, release. Still has that folder in there. Why? Nothing in there. Okay, so now it's copied things over correctly. Alright. Alright. So now that I've got that corrected, what we can do is over here, I can do the actual publishing. I don't want to show people any of my credentials though, so you're gonna have to deal with it. Release, deploy, publish, and then we go here, we lock into my Bitwarden, go oops. Firm on mobile. All right. Steam partner. Default. Set build live, and then I'm gonna have to. No, wait. Sweet. All right. Okay. So now, when we run this, should be correct. So, we now go properties, installed files, browse. We ls. What? Why is it in the Linux directory? That doesn't make any sense. Content builder, content, Linux release. Why is that there? Windows release. Why? All right. You know what we'll do? That's an easy fix. That is an easy fix. That's just a matter of changing it to have a working directory, specifying Windows or Linux. And then I don't need to worry about anything else. So that way, if the player installs the Windows build, it'll be in there. If they install the Linux build, it'll be in there. And if they toggle between the two, doesn't have to re-download everything. Windows. Linux. Publish. Publish. Why does publishing stuff have to be so annoying? Okay, now we can exit that again. Load it back up. Okay. So it should be referencing the Linux directory, but it's not. So what's the point of specifying a working directory if Steam's not going to use the working directory? That's fucking stupid. Alright. Then his deployment problems makes me not want to publish a game. It's just, it's the most annoying thing in the world. Like, alright, so why is this copying it into a subdirectory? Because I want to do that. T release. Let me confirm on the phone again. Approve. There we go. Adding an empty depot. Why? What do you mean it's empty? Why the fuck isn't it copying from this path? Now, how much caffeine I ingest, I still get very tired randomly throughout the day. Fuck, it's empty. This isn't making any sense. -R not specified. Emitting directory release Linux. I don't want to copy the entire directory. I want to copy the contents of the directory. Release Linux. No such file or directory. Copy all of that to SDK tools, content builder, content Linux release. I just typed the exact same thing and it worked. So why is Bash not doing it? So why is Bash not... Actually glad to be getting a preview of the frustration to come, better than thinking I can sort it out 2 weeks ahead. This should have already been sorted. Like, why is this not working? Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. How we doing, Zakua? Why? Why is this not working? Empty. So it's saying Windows was empty. Um, stat Linux release, no such file or directory. What I'm hearing is sort it out early and use test often. I mean, I can manually do this. I can copy them over manually into those directories and just run the publishing process. I can do that. That's fine. What doesn't make sense is this bash file. Why is it not doing... Like, if I run this same stuff in the terminal, it just fucking works. But having it in here, in a script, for some reason the copy doesn't work. Like, if I run this here, using the exact paths that it echoes up here, it works. But if I have it in here, if I have it in this bash file, it doesn't work. And that's what makes no sense. So if I rm so if we have a look at this, nothing in there, right? If I run this, right? That's how it's got these. Release Linux, into there. Release Windows into there. If I run it with the -D, then you can see how it's saying you can see how it cannot stat this. No such file or directory. But if I go copy release Linux star to SDK tools content builder content Linux release, see how it works? See how it works? And the remove also isn't working. So I'm actually wondering, is it because I have them surrounded in quotes? It's because I had the variables surrounded in quotes. What directory is the publish scripts? Publish build script does the copy. Well, it's running it from this directory. It's running it from this directory here. So you got release Linux. Yeah. And now if I have a look at SDK tools, content builder, content, ls Linux release, and Windows release. Excellent. So those are there. And those are published. So now, if I go to the Steam partner page and I just push that, it'll all be good. Now I can be like, Steam, review this. Approve the build. Let me get back to updating my Godot. Alright, this one here, default. Set it live now. Publish. Publish. All right. That's that done. Come on, Deadlock. Now's not the time to play you. Oh. There we are. Alright. So now when we run this, it goes yay. Do this, and then it'll get the Windows version. Got the exe. We run this. Bam. Bam. Done. Jeepers. Alright, now to... Marker's ready for review. Alright. 3 to 5 business days for them to review it and approve it, and that's all fine. I'm fine with that. Alright. Back to this. Back to the fun stuff. What was the issue that we were having here? So it was the reference stuff. So what we've done is we have changed this to be a resource. And then in here, we have this as a reference to base state. This is a reference to base state as well. And what we need to do then alright. Copy this to local opt Godot. Copy scenes custom to puzzler engine. Sweet. Now, there is going to be some errors here. That. So what I want to do, I need to now set up this here. This needs to be a dictionary of int. Oh, actually, no. I'm going to leave that as the state map. And I'm going to go typed array for base state will be states. All right. From there, Now we can take those, pop them in here. Then we go array. Get states and set states. Copy this. Set states. Now, is that going to take... Maybe. Void set states. Base state. P states. We're gonna go states assign P states. And that's fine because this here is a reference, which means if nothing else is referencing it when this happens, if nothing else is referencing these states when this happens, then they automatically clean up because they're ref counted. I don't need to do that inside here though. And then this will be typed array base state. Get states. Over here, void state machine set states will be typed array base states. States states assign P states and typed array base states. Get states, return states. Get rid of that because that's included in the header there. And then this hash map here, that's just gonna map the, like whatever the actual enum state is to that value, to that reference of a base state. Okay. So it's not going to be child nodes in here. We're going to go... defined state. Well, actually, I don't need to do that at all. We do... in states. In theory, this will build, but in theory, I know what I'm doing. In this instance, theory may be correct. Now, hopefully that shows up here. Okay, so it's not showing up here. So I need to figure out how to get it to appear here as like a set of. So like that way I can just be like, all right, define the states in here. So this isn't showing up. Why not? They probably call them from script. They're not properties of the object. No, so this typed array here. Yeah, this typed array here. We need that to be in there, and you have to define the set states and get states, because if you're setting something in the editor, these are the functions that it's going to call to tell the back end what's going on. Yeah, and that's what this should be, this add property here. Set states, get states, because if we have a look, we go add property. So you've got if we go property info, and then you set up this stuff here. So the variant type and the name, they're the only things that need to be set. So I can get rid of these because I don't need to actually set those. Yeah. And then these end ones here are the getter and setter, but they're names. And if we go into find methods, see here how we've got property info, the name of the property, the setter, and the getter. And the method, like we've got the signal added. You've got the stream there. You got set stream, get stream. Then up here you've got the set stream, get stream, which are referencing stuff. Property usage editor instead of none. Well, it's property usage. Ah, hang on. Did I have it? Ah. I think that's going to be because I've copied it. I've done a copy paste and I didn't realize that property usage none was there. Good spotting, Orcrus. You saw that for like 10 seconds. Well, not even that. You saw it for like 1 second as I was just like skipping through stuff. And you were like, ah, that doesn't look right. Gosh dang. Let's see if that fixed it. Now I've got it set to default. There it is, right there. Orcrus, legend. So now, all of my states for my state machine are just going to be base states. Like, they're just references. Or they're resources. Resources, not nodes. So, that is ideal. That is ideal. And inside this, I don't want a init state. Avinity, how you doing? Alright, so we've got that stuff fixed up. Now I need to think. On here, I'm going to create an enum for player states. That way I don't have to have this on my... I don't have to have it up here. Yeah. Because I don't want anything outside of the player state machine referencing player states. I'm going to decide right now that if I need something outside of the player's state machine referencing this enum, I have a design issue in my code. There's a problem with my code that needs to be fixed if that happens. Now the question is, do I define this on player or on player state machine? Because I think the animation tree is going to need this. I feel like the animation tree is going to need this. So perhaps I move these into player instead of player state machine. And then if anything outside of player needs to access these, I have an issue. Under here, we can go init state equals layer Player states. Crouch. We can change this. And then this we can do like a call deferred after it's ready sort of thing. Actually, just hand scan. I mean, you couldn't find type hand scan. It's right there. Like, literally directly above you. There we go. I can also get rid of that, but don't need that. Ad break coming in. All right, I'm going to give you words. After after everything that's happened this morning, I'm going to get myself another coffee. I hope you're ready for words. I hope you're ready to spell. And to be like, oh my god. Well, we know what that word is. Oh god. Alright. I'll be back momentarily. I'm just going to grab another coffee. BRB. Oh, he's back. You don't get another round of words. How are we doing? Level 4 next. Level 4 next. He's back. Yes, it's in Ultra HD here compared to Cavino. Wait, what? Is it just me, or words on this stream seem to be higher quality? I don't use OBS browser sources, so I don't use the browser source in OBS. So I'm not displaying like a website in a smaller area. It's just the size of my screen minus a little bit so that like me and the BRB don't get in the way of stuff. So yeah, survived your trip home barely. Did nearly get done. God. Yeah. That's Redonk. Redonk. 20 kids looking for fights. I'm telling you, man, like, get a license. Get a firearm license. Get a license to carry. And if any of them try it in the future, make the world a better place. I was going to go off at a different stop, but the driver missed that stop. Drove right to the danger zone. Also feels like I have a chest infection starting. Had a highway to hell blasting in my ears as well. It's interesting, like, how did you know that they were there waiting? Like, how did you know that they were there looking for fights and stuff? Was it on the news? Was, Facebook page? So it was on the Facebook page. Did no one think... Did no one think, hey, maybe we should, maybe we should go tell the police and have them deal with it and whatnot, yeah? God damn it. I need to... Yeah. I can't see anything at the moment. I made a boo-boo. About here. Over there. There we go. There we go. So about that game. It didn't quite turn out 3-0. Yeah, it didn't quite turn out 3-0. I think my mustache was picking up like future games. Yeah. The police respond within 2 to 5 days. So the area I live in, there is a anonymous page to report shit like that. The police are on that page as well. The whole page is to report where the police are. Jeez. Yeah. What up, Crenidential? Crazy how he's having fun with coding for hours, but when ChatGPT can't generate my code first try, I get frustrated and give up on life. I love it. I'll tell you this, Crenidential. Just like how with drinking, you need to that there's a certain level of experience that comes with there's Yeah, with experience, you learn to drink responsibly. You learn to not get blackout drunk and all that kind of stuff with experience. Same with coding and everything to do with work. Through experience, you learn patience. That's all there is to it. All there is to it. Let's see. Where are they? I'm not dealing with that. Love your mustache, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you. This too takes patience. A lot of patience. I either have a chest infection or I am on my way to vomit. I don't know yet. I feel like those two things are very different. You know? Like, those are two very different sensations. Like, a chest infection generally comes with, like, coughing and phlegm and, like, you know, breathing difficulty and whatnot. Vomiting generally doesn't come with that stuff. Unless it's tied to an illness of sorts. But then, you know, the vomiting is separate to all that. So, we've got that done. Animation trees complaining because there's no animation player. Oh, I know root node. Yep. Duh. It's a bonus. Couldn't have landed on a Monday where I can actually call it sick. Here's a tip for you, Cam. If you're unwell on the weekend and thus miss your weekend, and you feel better on the Monday, perhaps you're still sick on the Monday and the Tuesday. I don't know. Perhaps. You still get your weekend that way. We'll say work today was dead. Every single American was off. Yep. See, I cannot spell. I was looking at that and I was like, huh? Have a good one, Credential. Tomorrow's our 24-hour stream as well. So that'll be interesting. Dang Americans, who were so peaceful, taking one call the whole day. So you got to have an extra long lunch at the bar. It sounds like fun. I love an extra long lunch at the bar. No, but we did the B99 Jimmy Jabs. God damn. Bloody Jimmy Jabs. Since I was the manager that was in and I approve. Smart. Ordered Chinese for the staff as well. Did you make them pay or did you pay for them? Or did you charge it to the business? Company card. Motivation party. Um, init. Let's see. Oops. Now, if I... So see that? See how it's doing that? Where's base state? There is player base state. That's what we want. Ah, that's gonna be a problem. Because these, I would need to go, I guess I could just go class name, player crouch state. Class name, player idle state. Player jump state. Player run state. Wake up state. Player walk state. Okay. So under here, we go back down. Hopefully this is like refreshed now. I don't think it is though. Yeah, there it is. So now we can just do like, wake up state. Player idle state. Player walk state. Player crouch state. Crouch idle jump. Run state. So I need run and jump state still. There we go. Voila. That should be it. I actually only learned my office building has a drinking after 4 p.m. is allowed rule. I don't know if that counts for my department since we're 24/7. If I'm sick, then the rest of the staff have food poisoning. Looks like I'm about to be the manager everyone hates. That would be so funny. Yeah, buy everyone Chinese food and then everyone gets sick. Ah, I love it. Ah, it's beautiful. So now I need to figure out if this is gonna be a resource. How am I going to... Like if I do a... There's no get owner. I can't do get parent or anything like that. There's no get node. I'm wondering... Do I create a signal here on... Or do I create a signal on player base state? Go signal switch state. We do that. Go into our GD debug, GD script. Find unused signal, ignore. Get rid of that. I've had studios advertise a booze-friendly work culture as a perk before. In Australia, that's just accepted. Like, in Australia, you need to accept that if... that the only time people are not expected to have like a drink or two over lunch is if they have a client meeting or a presentation in the afternoon. So if you don't have a meeting with clients or you don't have a presentation to give or anything like that, have a couple drinks at lunch with your workmates. Who cares? As long as you come back and you do your work, don't care. Now, like drink at work, because we have a you can't outdrink me attitude in my department. A drink at work. I mean, I've drunk at work, like especially like a lot of companies I've worked at have had like Friday drinks. So like 4 p.m. onwards on Friday. Company has drinks. Like the company will buy drinks and be like, everyone can have like a couple drinks and chill out with people for the end of the week. Yeah. And I've drunk at my desk in the office before. That's the great thing. It's a great thing about having a giant water bottle. You can fill it up with whatever you want and take it to work. As long as people don't smell it on your breath, you're fine. That's where chewing gum comes in handy. Chewing gum and coffee. Current studio used to have handles just scattered around the office. Handles? Handles? But it wasn't a perk they advertised. I mean, I'm pretty sure they all knew that I drank at the desk. But I was also like fucking smashing out work and getting things done faster than most other people there. So they didn't really care. They're like, yeah, all right, well, let him do his thing. Got home 5 a.m. from work staff party. Worked at 9 a.m. 3 hours was not enough to be sober. No, it wasn't. And that there, Cam, that is the thing that comes with age. You get to a point where you're like, I can go out and have a good time and not be destroyed for the next day. So if we... oh, holy crap, shit. Ooh, I'm good. Oh, I forgot that we don't inhale liquids on this planet. We we drink them, not. Ooh. Got some Baileys in that coffee? Ew. Ew. Why would I waste my money on a liqueur? If you're gonna put Baileys in... I think putting Baileys in your coffee, that's a cop-out. If you're going to make an alcoholic coffee, just put some brandy in there. Yeah? Brandy in a coffee? Beautiful. Not whiskey, not bourbon, maybe rum. But brandy? Oh, that goes real good in a coffee. Yeah. I remember my first time I ever mixed Fireball with White Monster. Let's go ahead and douse your grinds in Everclear. I was trying to figure out what you said with misked. I did recently put rum in my coffee. Like rum, like spiced rum. Spiced rum in a coffee would be good. Whiskey and bourbon in a coffee? No. Brandy? Yes. Cognac? Only the cheap stuff. Only the cheap stuff. I still think the best rum I've had, 135 hot sauce. All right. I'm gonna go get the hot sauce out of the fridge. All right. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Tomorrow's gonna suck. Tomorrow's gonna really, really suck. And 24 hot sauces. No thanks. Alright. I guess thank you, Orcrus. I guess. know? Mmm. Ew. Oh, that tastes so bad. I think that tastes so much worse because the hot sauce was on a seaweed rice cracker. And I don't think hot sauce and seaweed. Ugh. Oh, I hiccuped and inhaled some hot sauce. Oh, this is going terribly wrong. Oh. God damn hiccups. Oh. Oh, screw you, Sammy. Do a shot of tequila to get rid of the taste. I don't shot tequila anymore. I prefer sipping tequila. Chugged a bottle of vodka recently? Bad idea. Ten out of 10 would do again. Cam. Something tells me your liver's not going to be there for long. What up, Evan? Strawberry margaritas. Strawberritas. Ooh, nice. Ooh. Oh, that hurt. Okay. So in here, what we can do switch these around again. Give me a second. This hot sauce is making my nose runny. Is your nose running? Well, you better Kleenex it. If 135 SKU is so bad, how we survive 1 million SKU. That's the thing with this one. It's not so much the heat that gets me. This one, it's not the heat that gets me. Like, it stays on my tongue and it lingers on my tongue to remind me it's there. But it's the fact that it has something in it that gives me headaches. Oh, not headaches, hiccups. It's got something in it that gives me hiccups. And it doesn't taste that good. That's the thing. So what I want to do now, I want to set up a signal. Okay, so signals, we just set up virtual functions. So we go virtual void. Switch state. Const int p state. And inside here, we go. Oops. That's what we need. Under here. Method info is going to be switch state. Variant will be int and will be state. And now we look for animation started. Okay, so I don't actually need that. I just need to define it there. Is that all I need to do? Is it that easy to add a signal? Okay. So if we do that. And we're going to wake up. And I do... switch state, emit, player states, idle. And then, what we need to do in here I'm starting to understand how this all works. If we do connect, switch state, or is it going to be BS connect? Switch state to state machine, switch states. Why can't it bind to it? S name, callable MP. This. Okay. S name, callable MP, gonna go self, actually, something else I'm missing there, whoops. No, this yep. Self is GD script. This switch state. And then we do bind. BS state. And that means under here, we don't actually need this to have a property emitted. So when we emit switch state, it's going to call switch state using whichever state called it. But the question now becomes, I suppose I can still manually call switch state. I can still manually call that. We're just saying that whenever the base state wants to switch state, it emits the signal switch state. Oh, no. No. Yeah. I can't bind that. I do need that to keep this variable, like this property. Yeah. And then I emit with that. Yeah. And that's because, you know, we don't want wake up to emit saying, hey, switch state, and have it just switch back into the wake up state, because then it's just going to be loop de loop. Let's see if that works. I doubt it will, because I doubt that I understand it that well. Holy crepes. It may actually work. How you doing, gamer? You're late. It's 2 co-workers now sick. Cam made his co-workers sick. That's what you get for doing a nice thing. Okay. There you go. I am going to temporarily just go... init state, print debug, let's hope this runs. No existing function, get current state, player 33. Course. I got rid of that. Ah, that's interesting. Food poisoning isn't nice. Got karaoke at the end of the month. What's a good song for your co-workers to sing to you now that you've poisoned them? Making them death isn't nice either. God damn. Savage. Barbie girl. No. Nine to Five by Dolly Parton. No, the song they sing to you needs to be about you poisoning them. Down with the sickness. There we go. They can sing you Down with the Sickness by Disturbed. So current state. Property info. Variant object. Current state. Property hint none. Usage. Property usage. No editor. Class name. So we will need to create those as well. Set current state. Get current state. Alright, so we do that. What are you complaining about? Oh, because they don't exist. Yeah. Duh. Set current state via ref base state, p state, and return ref base state get current state. Get that rebuilt. What up, Rems? How we doing? Finally found where I crossed the logic. Now I can throw other things than egg at the player. Wait, what? Finally found where I crossed the logic. Now I can throw other things than egg at the player. Nope, now we got an issue there. Undefined reference. Oh yeah, duh. Duh. Set current state. Ref base state. Current state, p state. And return a ref to base state. Or return the ref base state. Return current state. Rebuild it. Don't worry about it, just venting. Fair. It's very, very fair. Venting's important. Same with venti. Venti is important as well as venting. Venting is what I call drinking a venti. Before you will continue, try making a release and check whether you can run it without issues. I'm not sure how Godot includes the code in Final Library. You might have to do something special. It might not work at all. It will work without issues. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a very good point, Orchrus. I should probably do that now before we get too far down the track and realize, oh, shit, it doesn't work. Downside to having so many moving parts and network and stuff. Sometimes the code is just hard to navigate. And I had item data in 2 locations. Let's copy this cell. Back all that up. Let's see. So in player state machine, there we go, we have current state now. Oh, that's good. That's big. That's big. And what I can do, inside the C++ code, I can add an assert or an error check to be like, does the state machine have states assigned? If it does, excellent, proceed. If it doesn't, throw an error. Is current state assigned? If it is, cool, go, no problem. If it doesn't, problem. Ads coming in. Alright, let's quickly check. Unhandled input state in base, null instance on a null instance. If state machine current state is null, return state 0 initialized. And notice how it's not changing. So notice how it's not changing to... So it is still running, yeah. Interesting. So it's not switching. Anyway, words time. Time for level 4. I just realized I spelled it wrong. Funnily enough, I was like, this isn't the word, I'm just going to type it in and it won't be right. And then I was like, oh, actually it is the word. Whoops. Beat me. I'm sorry, Sammy. Do bet. B-E-T-T. Or but. Fine, I will take but. Damn it, are you serious? That. Abbott. Don't be taking Bud on stream. At least not this stream. Tube. We need like 2 more words. Well, shit. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, chat. I will say, Sammy, I expect you to get more words than that. I expect you to do better. I was hacked. Print line. I wonder if that'll work. I want to see if it's actually calling that. See how it never calls switch state. And I have a feeling wake up in it, idle in it. State machine ready. Wake up in it, idle in it, state machine ready. So the initializing is happening before the state machine ready, which is good. That is good. And then this does a setup call deferred. And that setup is going to connect all of those states. What I can do here is go... I can do that. Init state. We call wake up call deferred. So that way, when the state machine calls a init state, bam. I need to double check that it does call that. Yeah, cool. It does call a init state if it's not a null pointer. Invalid call, non-existent function, process state in base state. Player idle state. And that will be because we've got the player base state, which doesn't define it. Oops. And idle doesn't define it either. So in here, we can go physics process state delta float. Cannot call method is on floor on a null value player base state. Of course. Yep. Because the base state is a resource, it can't reference the player. Oh, okay. Node path. I can't do a get node. I can't even do a get parent get node. Shit. So how can I do that if base state is a resource? If I saw correctly, you didn't recompile Godot after adding print line switching state, so it won't print. I did. Yeah, I did. The problem is... where are we? This base state is now a resource, and a resource cannot reference a node. So if I want the resource to handle rotation like such, and like handle logic and apply that to the player, so do I set up, can you add export to player? It doesn't matter. A resource cannot reference a node. It doesn't matter if it's export or anything like that. That's why there's no get parent or get owner or anything like that. Yeah. Because it just doesn't have node information. So on the state machine, I could have the unhandled input states return. No, I don't want it to return the rotation. What I could do is go rotations as a vector 2. We go so we could do that. But then how the hell do we reference that? A node lives in the app tree. A resource is an asset in the project. It would make no sense that a resource can reference a tree that doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly. I know it makes sense, Mungalo. I'm just trying to figure out how I will set this up from now on. Like, that's the part I need to figure out. Because if I want to check if the player is on floor before applying gravity, how will I do that? Because then in here, I can go camera rotate X, state machine, current state, rotations, X, and rotate Y, state machine, current state, rotations Y. So I could do that. Then we clear it to a vector 2, 0, so it doesn't try to rotate anymore. I could even do if rotations is 0 approx. Because that's going to take a float. I can go if rotations is 0 approx. If it's not 0 approx, then we do that. Otherwise, we don't do anything. I just ran across some of my shame code. So now we have the fun process of figuring out how to deal with is on 4. Why is all of that? It's one big error now. But not resolve player base data. Oh yeah, because I've got, yeah. That makes sense. Unhindered input process. Yeah, so we don't want anything to happen for any of that. So player needs... I really don't want to have to do this. The only thing I can think to do is... Yeah, this... In 3 lines, I have 6 get parents. Oh, God. That's horrible. Why would you do that? So what's the best way to handle this? Do I change them back to being nodes? And then... Ow. I change them back to being nodes, then that's going to reintroduce the issue with current state. Oh. It's part of having things replaced in scenes that then detect how they should migrate to network, if they should, and how and where and in what region. I don't like it, no. It's on the someday list. I don't like this. I feel like they need to be nodes. I feel like we need to change these back to being nodes. Like, if I try... If you instance them and apply to a player, you could give them any references to nodes they need, right? Just wouldn't serialize. Yeah, exactly. Under here we go. Assert. States have not been defined for player state machine. Current state is null for player state machine. Alright. Yeah, sweet. Alright, so now I need to figure this out. In general, I think documentation want to keep resources logic free. Returning logic in them comes with risks and caveats. Correct. But that unfortunately doesn't help. I need to figure out how I'm going to approach this. I don't really care about documentation or anything like that. If I can't do it, then I can't do it, and I have to figure out how I'm going to do it. We need problems, or we need solutions, not problems. So if I change these back to nodes, and I would have to get rid of this ref here. Typed array. Child nodes. Get children. Do while. Child node size is greater than 0. Go. Object cast to base state child nodes top front. I don't know exactly the problem, as I've been fighting my bad code on the other screen, but you'll solve it a bit. I will. It's just I have to change how things are being handled. For instance, set states. We don't need this anymore. We don't need that. We don't need that. I'm gonna change this to be a pointer. That also needs to be a pointer. We do that. Okay, so the state map, this also needs to be that. So now they're just pointers. If I have that set up, let's take that. I don't know exactly the problem. I already read that. So let's see if changing them to just be pointers and not references and stuff. But now I need to also change it to be nodes. That's the other thing I need to do. What up, Miyazaki? So we don't want this to inherit resource anymore. We want to inherit node. Node. We do that. All right. All right, so obviously, open it anyway. Invalid or corrupt, sure it is. Get rid of all those. We don't need those either. State machine is accessing those. I'm not going to do that. How? In what way is it corrupt? Failed to load script, player GD, pass error. I mean, there's no pass error being spit out. I mean, it all seems fine to me. So that looks good. So we add player base state. Then this can be walk. Actually, wake up. I can get rid of all these. There we are. Moonlighting web dev contracts need extra money due to darn wage garnishes. What? Remember, kids, don't take high interest loan when you turn 18. It'll fuck up your year. It'll fuck up years down the road if you fail to pay. Are you talking about like student loans? Because yes, they can come back and bite you in the behind. That is true. At least I'm doing mostly PHP on these contracts, which I'm fine with. Nice. Nice. Alright. So, just gotta finish getting rid of all this. So if we do that, see, the way I approached my degree was I did a diploma of software development. It was a 12-month diploma. I knocked it out in about 6 months. Got all the work done in about 6 months. Passed. Got the diploma. Started working as a junior developer, system admin sort of role. And started my bachelor degree online at night. And that was part-time too. So I was doing it over, I think I finished it over 5 years. So I was working full-time while doing my uni part-time online at night. which means I was paying off my degree through my full-time salary while I was completing it. And then by the time I finished, I only had like another $13,000 to pay off on my student loans. And I knocked that out right quick. Loans aim to fleece students, but not student loans per se. More involved interest scheme, which after a while balloons insanely. Sweden made the type of loans I took illegal some years back due to their predatory nature and causing massive increase in personal debt for young adults in the country. Yeah, that's actually... I don't take loans for anything. I don't get a loan for a car. I view a car as a luxury, not a necessity. So if I'm going to buy a car, it's going to be one that I can buy outright. If I'm spending $3,000 to $5,000 on a brand new PC, I will, like, that's my limit for a car. Like, I will buy a car for $5,000 secondhand. That's it. I'm not buying a new car for $35,000 and having a loan for freaking 10 years that I'm paying off. No, not happening. The only time I would get a loan would be a home loan, and that's if I was making a comfortable amount of money. Like, I don't want a home loan to have its repayments be a third of my monthly income. My home loan should be a quarter or less of my monthly income. And I should have 20% of the deposit before I buy it. If it's not that, if those two criteria aren't met, I'm not in a position to be buying a house. And that's fine. That's fine. My first car was $1,000 junker. I got so many miles out of it. So many miles. All of the miles. Okay, so with all of that, we can duplicate this, go idle, quick load, idle, duplicate you, walk, quick load, run, quick load, run, crouch, quick load, crouch, jump, quick load, jump. Okay. So the state machine here, I have a feeling this is still going to break. Invalid access to property or key player states on a base object of null player 10 crouch. That's what I can do. Change this back to a ready. I hope you know, Hypno, I have a hot sauce ready for tomorrow. That's fine. I'm sure many people have a hot sauce ready for tomorrow. What up to Sist? I have a question about 3D and Godot. Since each 3D item is a scene, if I am working with a modular pack, each piece is a separate scene. Is it better to build the shell building using Godot, or outside Godot, and import the building, or build the building in Godot where each wall is a separate scene? You wouldn't have each wall as a separate scene. What you would do is you would do kind of what I've done with my main scene. So you'd have this sort of setup, but like this is just temporary for what I've done. So see, I've got this floor here. I plan on splitting these tiles. So these tiles will be their own mesh. And then I will place those in a tiled manner. So that'll be my floor. And then I'll have like this skirting cut up. So I'll have like corner skirtings. And I'll have like these all split up as well, so I can place them around wherever I need them. And then I'll do the same thing for the wall. The wall, I'll have like segments. I have like a segment that's like a 3x2 or a 2x3 segment or something, and I'll like place those. And they'll just be meshes. So it'll just be mesh instances like this. And then you save that as a scene. So you have... Yeah, you'd set it up like that. But if you want to, what you could do is you could have each mesh tile, you could have each of those as their own scene, and inside that scene you define its collider, its static body, if it needs an area body for whatever reason. You can put all of that stuff in that scene for that wall, and then you can drop that scene into a larger scene, so that way you have all of the colliders predefined. I personally don't like doing it that way, because I don't like having a bunch of individual colliders next to each other. If I know I'm going to have a wall that's 10 by 10, instead of having 100 tiles that are a meter by a meter in size, each with their own collider that's a meter by a meter and their own static body, I would rather just tile the meshes 100 times and then create one static body and one collision shape that is 10 by 10. That's what I'd prefer to do, because it cuts down on the amount of nodes in the scene, and you want to reduce the number of nodes in your scene. So, because if you have tens of thousands of nodes in your scene, it starts to run over things a lot more. Yeah. Mesh instances that use the same mesh and material is important. It allows batching. Exactly. They can still be different scenes, but say you make 500 stones placed in a blend scene and drop it into Godot, then it'll import each stone as a separate mesh, breaking the batch functionality. Exactly. Why? What was the error? Player states on a base objective type node enums. Oh, whoops. That's all good. Is on 4 on null value. That's fine. Because what I can do is inside the player state machine, we do player equals. Now the question is, should I do get parent, or do I just do get node up to? In this situation, I think I'd prefer to just use the get node, because I feel like get node and specifying 2 up in the tree is faster than getting the parent and then getting the parent of the parent. No, I don't want to export player. I mean, I could export player, but from what I've heard, the more exports you have, the slower things happen. Like, the slower things are. So I could even change this to be an on ready. But I don't think it's gonna like that for an on ready. Yeah. I'm using 3D, currently looking at 17,315 nodes and 500 plus FPS. So just the nodes isn't that expensive if it's only render instances and or colliders. I mean, to an extent. Like, if you've got logic that's running on the tree, then it's gonna die. But like, I wouldn't say 17,315 nodes is a lot, because you've got to think of all of the nodes that are being instanced by the engine and stuff as well. Like, is that 17,315 of your nodes, or does that include all of the nodes that Godot is creating for like your animation players and stuff like that as well? And for your RPC and stuff like that. Depends on hardware too. It might be fine on your machine. Yeah. Let's see if that works. Okay, state 1 initialized. Beautiful. That's working. I love it. And then what we'll do, I'm going to set up custom directory. It's going to be... Actually, I'm not going to set up custom directory just yet. Don't worry about that just yet. We need an export. The export path. Go up into exports. Go. Puzzler. Um, Can't run project, no main. Oh yeah, duh. That'll help. Yeah, nice. Node walk of type base state cannot be created. What do you mean it cannot be created? Could not find base class state machine. Okay. So there's gonna be some stuff that we need to specify here. As I was afraid of, you probably have to do something special. I know, yeah. We'll have to figure it out. Export's fast and the best way to set things. Make sure the value is set right as the object is instanced. On ready under the hood just hides a get node under the hood that is in the ready, but that means you can't use that value in enter tree or init. Yes, but if you have 15 exports, that's heavier than having some of those things just be on readies. Because obviously it needs to make sure, like, especially if they're child nodes, it needs to make sure that those child nodes are ready before, like, are ready and created before the parent node is ready and created. Because those exports need to be assigned before that node is set up. Let's see. So, what do we need to do? Probably going to be something to do with the template. Maybe. I wonder if I need to create an export template using I want to create an export template. Um, Pass to the custom export template. But how do I generate the export template? Like, how do I... Why is there no documentation for creating custom export template? I swear there's documentation for it. I think this is one thing that the Godot documentation is missing. I'm not doing it as a GD extension. It's still excluded from the export. I'm using default export templates that have been created with a default Godot engine. I need to create the same templates, but using my custom build so that those export templates know about my custom code. That's all I need. We'll come back to that after the ad break, though. Come back to it after the ad break. Let my mind rest. I know I've seen documentation. I've seen documentation for creating the templates. G'day, underlines. How you doing? Well, this one's easy. Sammy, quick, you can get the big word. No worries, underlines. Foes? What about scoff? Huh. I typed that as a joke. Okay, so Koi's is not going to be a thing because that'll be a K. Nice. All right, we keep going. We made it to level 2. Wonder how far we're gonna get. Toga. Nice. Nice. Cage. Very good. Gate. Whoa, we're blasting through this one. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Okay. I got the big word. There we go. Well done, Desist. Cottage. Master Agent coming in with the best word. Teat. Oh, I'll just beat you to that one, Desist. Tago. Ooh, close. That's close. Taco is the word you're looking for. Tote. Taco. So there's going to be a 4-letter word starting with T-A or T-E. Probably T-A. And another one, and then a 5-letter word. Tact. Nice. Nice. 5-letter word. Octet. Perfect. Perfect. Sammy saying they can't find any words and then they get octet. Well done. Next level. Level 7. There's a fake letter. I think it's one of the V's or the U. Virus. So I think C is fake, actually. Because virus... No. Survive. Nice. Nice. Vise. Vise. Nice. Eyes and rise. User. Risk V. Come on, how is Risk V not there? That's valid. Sure. Nice. Ruse. What about sewer? Ah, beat you to it, Sammy. Sire. Now we've just got the 5-letter left. Doesn't matter. We got 3 levels. We're going to level 10. Let's crush it. A fake letter. I think X. Maybe an F. Oh! What is happening? I think words has broken. Okay, it's caught up. Rough. We still made it. Words tried to break us, but we still beat it. Go us. Darn. Born. Faund? For the 5-letter, maybe? F-A-U-N-D? No, that wouldn't be it. Oh, you guessed wrong, actually. I swore to stop guessing the secret word. We've got a new secret word now. Got a new secret word. Alright, we're going to level 12. Because we're just going to keep going. It's the last time we're doing words for the day, so... well, this one's easy. T is fake. T is fake. Where's the locks? Why are there no There we go. Words is really trying to stop us from winning. It does not want us to win. We're on too much of a roll. Keep beating you to it, Sammy. Oh. Damn, I was just about to guess that one. Well done, Dawdling. Alright, looks like we're going through to level 14. We're doing well. We're doing well. We're crushing it. Now there's going to be a hidden letter. Rome. I think H is fake. Molar. Roman. Lone. Oh, N. N's hidden. Okay. Okay. Mana. L. Normal. Ah. Of course. Of course. I've got nothing. Lawn. No idea. Well done. Is that going to be level 16? We're going level 16. All right. Jesus Christ. Are we ever going to be stopped? I don't think so. What? Okay, 5 letters minimum. 5 letters minimum. Clasp. Clamp. Clamp. Clamp, but not place. So C or E is fake. Maybe O is fake. Claim. Yeah, I don't think we're getting this. N. I don't know. Well done, everyone. Well done. We got to level 16. We got to level 16. GG's. Alright, so I need to know. Create custom export template. How do we create a custom export template? Good night, I love you. Good night, you good dunt, Cam. I hope you're not too sick. That would be terrible. I feel there's going to be a engine development. Building from source. Building export templates. Here we are. Here we are. This is what we need. So I need to build these using my version of the engine And that will then include the state machine, the base state nodes that I've created. I'm actually so effed, that's not good. Yeah, get some rest, Cam. So I want to ask if you're starting Godot and 3D from zero, what will you do? That's actually a good question. I've actually just started a new project. So the first thing I do, figure out what I want. Document things. What do I want the style to look like? What do I want themes to look like? All that kind of stuff. What I want the gameplay to be. And then I start setting up some basic models. Some basic models that kind of just placehold what I want to actually have in the future. And then start building the actual logic. Start off with player movement, the player camera, moving the player around, colliding with stuff, and then build out from there. Yeah, maybe you start doing an NPC after that you can go up to and interact with. Maybe you implement the animation side of things, where the character's able to stand up, sit down, lay down, you know, interact with a door and the hands come out in front type of thing. I wonder if I do this, is that gonna chew? I think that's gonna chew up a ton of my resources. So I don't think I'm gonna do that right now. I think what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna set up inside my exports. I can probably get rid of you. Actually, no, I'll keep you. I'm in the same situation. I've just finished a course. I don't want to make my final game into a full game, but don't want to use UE. And want to make my final game into a full game. Don't want to use UE, so I'm starting from scratch in Godot. Smart. Export templates. Alright, so I'll do that after stream and just validate that the export does work with doing that. But that should be all I need to do. I should just need to do, like, the scones target is template release, something like that. Yeah, target is template release. Arc is x86-64. So that's basically what I want to run. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that just yet. We're going to save that. Let's see. The base state we can start to do. In here, what I want to do is go input mouse mode. Equals input mouse mode captured. And we do input mouse mode visible. We do that. Okay. Is it exit tree or is it exiting tree? Yeah, it's exit tree. So if the player's exiting the tree, then they are returning back to the main menu. Cool. So we have our moving around. I like it. I like it. Add environment scene. Alright. Beautiful. Let's check our inputs. Walk forward. Walk backward. Walk left. Walk right. Not going to worry about the controller stuff right now. All right. We also need jump, crouch. Run. Okay. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Direction. Vector 2. Input. Get vector. Negative X is move left. Positive X, move right. Negative Y is move forward. Move backward. We go if direction is 0 procs, we just return. Otherwise, we can do player velocity plus equal vector 3, where we go direction X and direction Y. And we could even do let's take those. do that. Direction multiplied by speed. Let's take those. Going to run. Oh. Let's take all 10 of that. Whew. That's what we like to see. Good night, Orcrus. 3 AM, need to get some sleep. Good night, Canuts. Have a good sleep, Orcrus. I will see you tomorrow in 19 and a half hours for the 24-hour stream. Yeah. Oh, it's got to be a big day. Oh, it's got to be a big day. Big day. Big, horrible, bad, big day. Alright. So. Idle. Physics process state. If get vector, move left, move right, move forward, move backward, is not equal procs. Then what we want to do is go switch state, emit, player states, walk, if input is action pressed, run. Else now that's the thing I need to correct in here. I need the movement to not be walk, but to be move. And the reason why is because it makes more sense. You're moving in a direction, and you could be walking, running, or crouching. Doesn't matter. You still move in that direction. I wonder if I add a swimming mechanic to some of the fluid puzzles. Is that an option? Is that something we do? Swimming. Do we add that or not? Damn. What is this thing? FBI and Google disrupt NetNut after domains linked to its residential proxy network are seized, exposing abuse of 2 million TVs and streaming devices worldwide. I don't have any of that. This is why you do not get smart devices for your house. If you want smart devices for your house, you make them yourself. You don't buy stuff off the shelf. And you configure a local network where everything is connected via Ethernet cable and they all talk to each other on a local network, not the public internet. FBI and IRS criminal investigations seized domains linked to that on July 2nd, replacing the company's homepage with a federal seizure notice, disrupting one of the largest residential proxy services. The action was carried out with support of Google, Lumen's Black Lotus Labs, and Shadow Server Foundation. NetNut is an Israeli commercial proxy provider owned by NASDAQ-listed Alarum Technologies. The company sells residential proxy services, allowing customers to route internet traffic through IP addresses assigned to ordinary homes and consumer devices. Businesses often use such services for web scraping, price monitoring, and ad verification, though the same infrastructure can also conceal malicious activity. Now here's the thing. Governments all over the world are trying to shut stuff down that can just conceal malicious activity, such as anonymity online. You know, being anonymous online, they're trying to shut that down because people can use that to conduct malicious activity. Why not shut this down as well? Why not shut down every company that does this? Released 2 million devices worldwide, many of them Android smart TVs, streaming boxes. Those systems acted as exit nodes, making traffic generated by customers appear to originate from normal household internet connections rather than data centers or corporate infrastructure. Yep. NetNut.com, ProxyJet.io, DivineNetworks.com, the last of those supplied static residential proxies through direct deals with internet service providers. God damn. Ah, such shady shit. Such shady shit. Oh, also, daily reminder that if you hate what's happening with video games and the fact you can't own them anymore, don't buy games for any of these companies. Daily reminder. They're part of the group that is with the Entertainment Software Association that's trying to shut down your ability to own stuff. So no Magic the Gathering. Alright? No Baldur's Gate, because that's licensed by Wizards of the Coast. No Roblox, no Fortnite, nothing from Epic Games. No Resident Evil. Yeah, no Mario, no Zelda. No Final Fantasy. No giant pieces of shit. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Oops. Um, I think we want to change this to be like a move toward. Let's go. Walk. Ah, that's what we need to do actually. Um, normalize. So we want to do a move toward. Player velocity X. Multiplied by speed. Player velocity Z. Multiplied by speed. in this. Move toward. I don't actually think I need that. I put my dice in my game shop, in my shop game, as a mini game. Nice! Good old mini game. Alright. There we go. I feel like that's too fast. Unhandled inputs. If event is action, run, and event is pressed, is released. Oops. There we go. What up, Lean? How are you? It's been a while. I see your game has a release date. Yep, it's had a release date for a while now. Weren't you here the other day? I swear you were here yesterday. I hope you had a very good Summer Game Fest. I wasn't in Summer Game Fest. I was in February's one. If it's released, yeah, it's all right. To do have this work as toggle or hole, depending on settings. So if we do that, event is action run, and event is pressed. Player velocity is not 0 procs. Player states idle if player velocity is 0 procs, else that. Alright. Why is... Oh, yep. I know why. Should run still before. Crouch. Idle. I'm actually going to take this stuff. No, it needs to be different. Event is action crouch. Alright, let's see what happens. Of course, idle needs... Okay, so in idle, if input is action pressed, crouch, elif run else there. What up, Dotty? And with the tip I see today, correct. You know it. That's the other thing I need to do. So, when we're idle, you press shift, it doesn't do anything. You start moving, it goes into run. Press crouch, doesn't do anything. Start moving, it goes into crouch. You let go, changes. Yep, perfect. Alright, sweet. We've got that set up. Let's do a git add commits player movement updated engine customizations. Beautiful. I like it. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. So much going to be happening tomorrow. So much. Too much almost. Sprig, g'day. How are you doing? Correct. There is no stream tonight. I got up a bit earlier than normal today because of the World Cup. So I need to go to bed a little bit earlier tonight. And also the 24-hour stream tomorrow. So we want to kind of avoid that as much as possible. Or we want to avoid being tired for that as much as possible. So, no stream tonight. I'm going to get these templates built and test those out today after stream. that should fix the issue we have for the exporting not working. But yeah, all in all, excellent day. I'll see yous all tomorrow for the 24 hours. Good night, you good dunce. Say hi to Whitechapel. Say good day, you good dunce, all of yous. Alright? Toodles.